Saudi's Al Jadaan says we will see even more severe disruption in oil than COVID if Iran conflict is not resolved. Saudi Arabia's Minister of Finance Al Jadaan speaking. One minute to go now till we get the market on open imbalance data. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 290 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 3.1 million, Dow 30 sell side 38 million, maximum buy side 4.7 million. US stocks extend full, Nasdaq down 1.16%. So S&P 500 opening 0.7% lower, and Nasdaq down 1.1%. US listed shares of gold miners fall as gold prices decline more than 2%. Hans Tassim citing source of knowledge that Iran has officially responded to US 15-point proposal. So again, Tasnim says that Iran has officially responded to US 15-point proposal. Seeing US listed shares of silver miners falling as silver prices decline 4%. It's further detail than Iranian media citing an official source says we sent our response to the American proposal yesterday. So we're still waiting to see what they for any other details. So Tasnim says this, citing informed source, that Iran is now waiting the other side's response to its position on the American proposal. Yet it's not clear what they've actually given, but just getting that from Tasnim News. Also says that they emphasized for Iran it's clear that the US claim of negotiations is merely a third deception project. Just keep an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing some movement towards the upside here. Not seeing it being related to the Iran news headline, but if it is, but there isn't any link to it so far. But again, just the Iranians making their point that acts of aggression and assassinations must end. This is something that has been said yesterday as well. So just coming through from Tasnim in response to the US's 15-point proposal. So from Tasnim, it cited the informed source that the Iranian response stressed that the ending of the war must include all fronts, including resistance factions. So again, it's been repeated by the Iranians, but coming through from there as their response to the US's 15-point proposal. Also from Tasnim, they did say Iran seeks guarantees war will not be repeated.
I'll be on here in just a minute. My throat's all messed up. I just need to drink some water. Do you have any throat lozenges?
seeing shares of Alphabet declining 1.5%. So, senior Iranian official is saying that Iran has reviewed US proposal that has been conveyed to Iran via Pakistan. There's getting some wider notoriety now from more wires. The Iranian official says that Iran's assessment is that it is one sided and unfair, serving only the US and Israel's interests. Senior Iranian official says Iran's initial response, which was also conveyed to Pakistan, was that the proposal lacks the minimum requirements for success. Also, senior Iranian official says there is still no arrangement for negotiations and there are no plans for talks that appear realistic at this stage. So, again, there is still no arrangement for negotiations and no plan for discussions appears realistic at this stage. Also, senior Iranian official says Turkey and Pakistan are trying to help establish common ground between Iran and the US. Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of downside movement as we just get some added detail from the Iranians, but it's already been said mostly. Also, senior Iranian official says diplomacy has not stopped, and if realism prevails in Washington, a path forward may still be found. French Admiral Vaujour says they're exchanging views on issues related to freedom around navigation and maritime security. So Admiral Nicolas Vaujour, Chief Staff of French Navy, says those involved in the talks in the Middle East situation include Britain, Germany, Italy, India, Spain, and Japan. So, a reminder at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, Trump is supposed to be having his roundtable. We do have the video. We'll pop it on the feed for you. Usually it is always late, but we'll get out for you in the feed. Galabath on X says Hezbollah is a pride of Islam. I know that a stockpile of surprises is coming your way, so stay tuned. So reminder, at the bottom of the hour, we get the EI natural gas change. Forecast is for a draw of 48 BCF. Prior was a build of 35 BCF. Five minutes ago, we get the EI natural gas change. PCF forecast is for a draw of 48 billion. Prior was a build of 35 billion. 1 minute going out to get the data. Ten seconds. Did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on natural gas after that bigger than expected draw of 54 billion. We have posted out the report on the feed for you to read through. Quant Press TV, that is citing the Iranian army, saying ground incursion would be more dangerous and costly for the US. US natural gas futures extending gains up by 1% after the EIA reports bigger than expected storage draw.
The Trump cabinet meeting has now begun. A reminder, video is on the feed for those interested. Trump says we'll take a very drastic shutdown. Trump says we'll take a very drastic measures if the shutdown continues. Trump says crushing Iran drone stockpiles. Trump says for the most part we're shooting down Iran's drones. Trump says Iran is begging to make a deal, not me. So again, Trump saying Iran is begging to make a deal, not me. Trump further says anybody would know Iran is talking to us. Trump says they are great negotiators. Trump says don't know if we're willing to work a deal with Iran. Trump says Iran should have done the deal 4 weeks ago. Seeing some strength in oil off the back of Trump, again saying Iran should have done a deal 4 weeks ago, and further saying Trump don't know if we're willing to work a deal with Iran. Trump reiterates Iran's navy is sunk. Trump says old Iranian leaders are dead because they didn't do a deal.
Trump says the US doesn't want to get dragged into UK's war either. Trump says he's disappointed in NATO. Trump says Iran would have used nuclear weapons on Israel and other nations in the region and the US. Trump criticizes UK's aircraft carriers, calls them toys. Trump adds that allies should get involved before or during a war, not after. Trump reiterates 4 to 6 week timeline for the Iran war. Trump reiterates that we're ahead of schedule on the Iran war. Trump says that we're a lot ahead of schedule on the Iran war. And then Iran is talking to us. Adding Iran is talking to us because they're defeated. Trump reiterates that the US is free to roam in Iran's cities and towns. And Iran has a chance to make a deal. Trump says if Iran makes the right deal, the Strait of Hormuz will open up. So again saying we'll see if we can make the right deal and open up the Hormuz Strait. Meta extends drop to 5.6%, session low and the most since October. Trump says Iran is talking to us and now they have the chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. Trump says Iran has no more mine droppers. Trump says Iran has a chance to abandon nuclear ambitions. Trump says Iran must make a deal or face continued US onslaught. So Trump and Iran says, in the meantime, we will keep blowing them away. So Iran has a chance to abandon nuclear ambitions. In the meantime, we will keep blowing them away. Trump and Iran says we will keep doing what we've been doing. Iran war was a test for NATO. Wall Street Journal just saying that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir emerges as key US-Iran go-between. Trump to NATO says, remember this in a number of months from now. So again, Trump said Iran was a test for NATO. Remember this in a number of months from now. Trump on stock market says, I thought it would go down more. Trump says oil prices and stock market drop haven't been that severe. Kushner says suspended raising new fund to work with Trump on Iran. According to an official briefed on a visit from Qatar's Prime Minister, he's visiting Washington to discuss bilateral issues and defense cooperation with members of Trump's administration. Trump says Iran will end soon. It won't be long. Trump says tomorrow will be announcing actions to help farmers. About 5 minutes ago, to begin the Kansas City Fed manufacturing. Prior 10, Kansas City Fed composite forecast 3 for prior 5. See Nasdaq 100 extending decline to session low of 1.3%. Trump says energy prices will come back down, maybe lower. It goes to Q&A now with Trump. Don't mind just getting comments from Vance. Vance says the US has options on Iran. 1 minute to go now to get the Kansas City Fed manufacturing. JD Vance says we will use all available tools to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. US is to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills on March 30th, settle on April 2nd. And they're to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills March 30th, settle April 2nd. Still waiting on the Kansas City data to come through. Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Index composite at 11, higher than the forecast of 3. So City Fed composite coming in at 11, higher than the forecast of 3. Secretary Rubio says we're well on our way to destroying Iran missile capability. Kansas City Fed Manufacturing 11.11. So composite and the Fed Manufacturing both coming in at 11. Secretary of State Rubio just adds that we will destroy the Iranian Navy, and that is happening now, if it hasn't already. Witkoff says Iranians insisted they had the right to enrich uranium. That's US envoy Witkoff. Witkoff says Iranians repeatedly rebuffed US requests to talks. So again, Iranians repeatedly rebuffed US requests in discussions. Witkoff adds that Iranians were stalling in discussions. Witkoff says we have presented 15-point action plan list to the Iranians. Witkoff adds that forms a framework for a peace deal. Witkoff says that we will see where things lead. Also says that we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran there are no other good alternatives, we will try to convince Iran this is an inflection point. We have strong signs that this is a possibility. Witkoff says that Pakistan is mediator for Iran framework. Witkoff says that Iran is looking for an off-ramp. Hexer says Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. Democrat senators criticize administration easing Iran oil sanctions. So again, that's Democrat senators criticize administration easing Iran oil sanctions. Hexes says Pentagon will keep negotiating with bombs. It's to repeat what Hexeth has said before. Fed bids for 4-week bills, 895 spot $4 million. 10 minutes ago until we get the US 4-week bill auction. Prior high yield of 3.615%, private cover of 3.12. The US looking to sell $85 billion in 4-week bills. FOM is going to be at the US 4-week bill auction. Prior high yield of 3.615%. Prior bid cover of 3.12. Surely expecting the 4-week bill auction data. US 4-week bill auctioned a high yield of 3.62%, bid cover of 3.03, with US selling $85 billion of 4-week bills. And awards 90.89% of bids at high. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says we will overcome what Iran thinks is a choke point. Israel military says in recent days the 162nd Division was deployed to southern Lebanon to take part in ground operations. Bessent says energy prices and inflation will be lower with absolute security. Bessent says the oil market is well supplied. Bessent says that the US doesn't believe choke point exists in Hormuz Strait. Again, Bessent says the US doesn't believe choke point exists in Hormuz Strait. Bessent says we're starting to see more movement in the Gulf. And then this is the beginning. Bessent says that I'm confident shipping traffic will continue to rise even before we secure the strait. Bessent says the US dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven. Bessent says dollar appreciated and capital is flowing in. German 10-year bonds extend decline, yield rising 10 base points to about 3.06%. Trump, asked about diverting weapons from Ukraine to the Middle East, says the US diverts weapons all the time. Trump on suspending gasoline tax says some people should do that. I have thought about suspending federal gasoline tax. Trump on gasoline tax says it's something we have in our pocket. Trump asked on new Iran deadline, says, I'll announce it. Very substantial talks going on with Iran. Trump says that Iran gave the US 8 boats of oil. Trump, on his gift from Iran, says 8 boats of oil were allowed to sail. He's keeping an eye on oil, seeing a little bit of movement towards the downside. Not really a whole lot of movement. Again, as Trump says that when asked on new Iran deal, says I'll announce it. Very substantial talks going on with Iran. Trump says 8 tankers loaded with oil were going up the Hormuz Strait, and tankers were Pakistani flagged. Trump also adds that Iran apologized for something, then sent 2 more boats. Iran ended up letting 10 boats sail. So, a reminder in about 10 minutes' time, Bank of England's Taylor and Bank of Canada's Rogers are due to speak. So, Bank of England's Taylor, no text, text is to be expected, speaking at the 10th anniversary macro conference. So, a reminder for Bank of England's Taylor, so text is to be released at 4 p.m. UK time or 12 p.m. Eastern, and then later on at 5 past 7 p.m. UK time, then he's going to be at the macro conference.
If you want,
Trump says Iran shouldn't be able to charge for Hormuz passage. Adds that, but they're doing it. So Iran shouldn't be able to charge toll through the strait, but they're doing it. Trump says we don't know whether Iran dropped any mines. Trump adds that there could be a few mines in the Hormuz. That's a lot. France Armed Forces chief held video conference call with 35 nations from all continents over ways to reopen Strait of Hormuz. It's according to French Defense Ministry. Trump on Iran and Hormuz says, I have a feeling he'll be cleaned up quickly. Trump says taking control of Iran oil is an option. Turkey sold or swapped 58 tons of gold in 2 weeks to March 20th. It's Turkey gold swaps and sales worth about $8 billion over 2 weeks. Trump says Gulf allies probably like us to stay. So again, Gulf allies would like for us to stay at war with Iran. Trump says if the US doesn't stay at war, then we will still protect the Gulf. So again, if the US doesn't stay at war, we will still protect the Gulf. According to sources, idle Russia's UST Luga oil products at terminal may force major refineries to cut runs. Iranian embassy in Spain says Spain is committed to international law and Iran is receptive to any requests from Madrid regarding the Strait of Hormuz. French Defense Ministry says the objective of the video conference is to see how to restart navigation in the Strait of Hormuz once combat ends. Tesla publishes first quarter 2026 deliveries estimate of 365,645. Trump on Iran says, I'm the opposite of desperate. We have targets we want to hit before we leave.
You know what I mean?
So regards to Tesla's total deliveries then compared to
Starting to roll
Q4
yet or no?
2025, Q4 was at 418,227.
So I'm not really interested in
Q1
like
2026
print on demand.
seen at
I'm more interested in
Seeing U.S. mortgage rates jumped 6.38% as of
some things like buy it for life, bespoke.
So 30-year fixed mortgage rate coming in at 6.38%.
I'm not like trying to
15-year
sell merchandise or anything.
5.75%.
I'd rather just like offer a few nice things.
6.38% March 26th.
Is there music playing on this?
4th, 2025 week.
Your music
versus 6.22%.
Check 1 2. I'll be right on, guys. Give me just a second.
Coalition formed to protect vessels.
Do you understand what I'm saying by that? Like, now if you wanted to, like, you wanted to round it all out. Unless I sound crazy or something saying that, I don't know. You haven't gone anywhere, duders. Hold on here. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that's always bugged me is like
growth inflation trade-off now more
yeah,
acute.
I've had merchandise bought or whatever they call it, merch bought for me, or like that one selling guy I really like. I always feel like it has to be useful. You know what I mean?
Bank of England publishes
It's not
this
something
speech saying
useful or
given the tailor
something
New York,
quality.
again,
Then
growth
what's the
inflation
fucking
trade-off
point?
now more acute. Taylor says current energy shock looks more like 2011 than 2022 in terms of magnitude. Taylor says I currently see high bar hiking rates.
Voice news disconnect.
All right, give me a second here, guys. Coming on right now. I'm having my voice this morning is like blown out. Thank you. All right, hang tight here, guys. Almost here. Well. This is not what we want to see. Well, so first of all, my voice is pretty bad. So this morning, what I'm doing is trying to just drink a lot of ice water. This is not good. The thing that really concerns me here is the basis of. Let's go look at this really quick. This is not good. This is kind of the basis here for any kind of return to check this closing door above. Just move this out of the way so we can see it here. We can do this together. Hold on here. We're going down. I'm just going to top line that for you. There can be an argument made that we're okay here, but I'm going to tell you guys what. Let's see if we can look at this in SPX really quick. Give me one quick second. I got to catch up here. Let's look at this right here. This might be a better way to describe it. Top right. So this is gamma right here. And let's just look at gamma. So what we're doing is we're coming into quarter end and we're getting sucked. Sucked to the magnet to the downside. And the real danger here is you need separation. You need like separation from quarter end at the end of the month, from price and the QuapX low down here. And we have like a pretty decent chance of that early week. You can see us. We're got a nice little squeeze for the high right here. And you would expect big down into Friday. But what's interesting is we had a nice squeeze here, right? You have a nice squeeze right here, another squeeze right here, another squeeze right here. And if you can stay above here and continue on into the end of the month, you at least have this opportunity to trade this close. This daily trigger crossing down through this weekly, you at least have the chance to squeeze up here, retest the closure, and then head lower. Now, the mechanical side of where we are in time, right, like days and time, end of quarter, if we cannot break higher here and all these squeezes get sold, we get sucked down into this quarter end. End of quarter, bad downside. And there's something else here too, which is when this closure happens, we'll be so far away from the closure that really, truly, no matter what happens, it's not going to matter. I would almost posit to say that the failure to hold the hourly trigger yesterday, I'm going to give it like a 75% chance that this door has been closed to even have a choice. Like, hey, can we like break out? And they've solved everything in Iran. And if we don't like it, we can go to the depths of hell, like up here. Hey, maybe we'll get out of here. Everything's been solved. Or, crash down and keep busting out to the downside. This price action here, heading into end of quarter, is going to freak out traders and investors. And it speaks volumes here. What it's saying is there is no two ways out of this. You don't have like the choice of the Iran war ending anytime soon. And we're just going to go straight down. That's pretty much what the market's saying here. So that sucks. And you should probably, this morning I was thinking about it and I was like, I think today is the day where you find out, or yesterday I was like, tomorrow we're going to know in the morning. I was like, we'll know what price is. Will tell us a lot as to where we're headed. And this is not the hey, let's at least go up and see the door close. This is the, let's be pinned in around quarter end. And no matter what squeezing takes place, what upside takes place, we're not breaking this negative downtrend. So, let's look at this like this down here. Let's take a look bottom right over here. Sorry, my voice is trashed here. Like my I have like swollen neck, so I apologize for the sound of my voice. Now let's just look at this right here. Like on this grander scale here. This door is about to close here. And when you change trend, I don't care if it's up or down, you only have a very small window to break that trend. It doesn't care if it's going up or down or whatever. And when you get too far away from trend into a new trend, you'll stay in it until we can check again the next month. So let's just look at this right here. And this does not look to me like, let's just look at this for what it is today. This is where we were yesterday. This candle right here. And we needed to at least break up here at minimum to either be sent packing to the downside or to squeeze up and potentially break to the upside. This price action right here is not that, is it? This price action is telling you, no, you know what we're going to do? We're going to keep it down here. And no matter what happens, you're stuck in this now. Here's April. OPEX for April, at least April, if not May. And what sucks about this the most, I think I was speaking to my wife this morning about it. She asked me, my wife this morning said, "Oh, that's not a good open, is it?" And I said, "Nope." I said, I said, not only is it a bad open, I said when we don't have this choice right here, either the choice to break up or get sucked back down, when we're not even getting that choice into quarter end, speaks volumes. That something that we don't know. That's probably really negative. I'm going to assume here that there is likely shortages taking place, PVC shortages, material shortages going on around the world. I think the Philippines this morning declared a state of emergency, and I would expect other states or countries to begin doing the same thing in Asia, in and around Asia, Australia, South Korea. What was that? Is that thunder? Are you kidding me? We're having like a weather event here now. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is that to this morning's price action, right? This would tell you if we were trading higher that the market's unsure. This could improve. This could get worse. This price action that we actually have right here is saying that, hey, things are worse than you know, and this will likely get even worse into April. That's what this price action looks like to me. So, before we go any further here, we have to plan for this. We have to give me one quick second here. Let's do it like this. What's the best way to describe this? What it looks like. In one quick second here. Yeah, that is looking like a mess right there. Just give me a second here. There's 631, 605. There's 600, 614 in a month. This isn't going to end well. It doesn't look good at all. I'll be honest with you. Like, this price action today is not good. No, the door's not shut yet, but this price action is dangerous. Not the price action you want to see for the market thinking that there are multiple outcomes. I think that's the best way to describe it. This price action does not show the chance for multiple outcomes. Best way to describe it, I guess. And that means that we have a couple targets here. And it's going to be bad. Hold on a second here. No, we haven't lost it yet here, but we're gonna lose this, all of this. Hold on here. We're gonna plunge. This is the target right here. Nope, nope, I don't need that. We're gonna trade all this. We're gonna trade 613.38, 598.97. More than likely, but pretty high confidence level. Give me a second here. At 6:38. This one right here comes out. It's, somewhere in here. Hold on. And we'll take that one right there for sure. We're going to take this trade right here, which is right here. This is it right here. You can see it. If you want to know what I'm looking at here, it's this right here. This is where we were told no, and then we went higher. This is a whole nother trade right here. One, two right there. Nope. This one right here. Nope. I want to say it's this one right here. That's the one that got pushed up, right? We're going to check that one. Let me just check the hour really quick. There's the gap right there. And there's the new, there's the gap, and there's the new, we're coming all the way down here, guys. We're gonna sell the fuck out of this if you don't know. What the fuck was that? Is that a thunder? Dude, I'm having like a nasty thunderstorm here. We're going all the way down here. We're gonna party. We're gonna trade this right here first. 647, 645. I think I showed you this yesterday. I said if we lost this this down here, we're gonna smash straight down, reject this. We're gonna come down here, blast through this, and we're gonna sweep that right there. So price target, 639.77. And this is where it gets kind of fucking crazy. This then becomes, once we trade this, we're going to blast straight down. This is a higher time frame, but I want you to see it here. We're going to like drop like a stone, and then we're going to get wrapped in here. And this is going to become a rejection point right in here. There's 650, right where we are, 650. And we're going to plunge. It's going to be your break right here. Oh, sorry about that. It's going to be straight down right here. And then what we're going to do is they're going to box us in right here. And it's going to be like the highway to hell down here. In my view, at least, I think it's going to plunge through, and then we're going to start cascading. I want you to know something here, or be aware of this. Whenever we fail like this, it's not It's not going to be a staircase down. It's going to be straight down. You're just going to start seeing cascading downside moves. That's a warning to you. There shouldn't be like this whole it shouldn't be something stupid like, oh yeah, we're down here, we're all the way up here, we're going to come down here, all the way up here, come down here. It ain't going to be like that. It's going to be straight down. Confidence is going to be lost in the market. We'll start cascading. And we will blood all the way down here. Price target 613.38. And then we will fucking rotor root down here. We will rotor root down here. There'll be like, hey, what's going on over here? This is May right here. We'll try to fight our way back up. There'll be a April 15th squeeze. We're going to try to fight our way back out of here by May. We'll attempt. And we can actually go lower too. If anything even worse takes place, if we don't end this Iran stuff, or we come down here and smash this, you can't trade this part of it, but if we can't break out by summer and this war carries on and it escalates, I'm assuming there's something we don't know. My assumption here is that the escalation is bigger than they're telling you. We're going to own Iran. If you don't know what that means, like you're going to own it. I remember that when I was in the army. This looks like we're going to own Iran, which is not good. So I warn you. I don't expect fighting to take place over this weekend. I expect a loss of confidence, though, over the weekend. I expect more countries to declare some kind of emergency. I think Philippines was this morning. Let me look right now and check. There's something we don't know. There has to be. That's my first thought here, is that there's something we don't know. Just be really careful there. You can just start selling, guys. Like, you should be selling. We're gonna cascade down. It's going to be a crash. You're gonna lose 10%. Like, it's gonna take a couple weeks, most. Hang tight here. Let me just see if I can find this here. Saw something about the Philippines here. Let me just look. Not that their markets matter as much, but it's like a litmus test for other. So Philippines declared national energy emergency a couple days ago. It's now all over the place, right? Philippines become first country to declare national emergency over Middle East. I think you're going to see more of that as we move forward. This is going to get very cascadey in my view. We could even slam straight down right here. Maybe hit the 30s. I think we can bounce here at least. You break it, right? You make the new low, and then the panic sets in over here. This right here is April 13th. I would say with the relentless selling should stop by then. But I think it's going to be cascadey to the downside. There can still be an argument made here. I'm assuming that you'll see people say things like, well, we'll cascade sell down and try to escape this on the first of the month. I disagree. Both of these scenarios, there are only usually two outcomes. One where we trade higher and squeeze up into this to find out what we're going to do. And if we fail to hold those levels, the other thing that happens is we cascade sell. And today is the day for that. So this is going to be what I think happens here. I think we're going to rain this down between today and tomorrow and the weekend. Here's Thursday. Here's Friday. This is a much larger time frame, but let's do it for like Monday open. like right there. This is a much higher time frame than 1 hour expectations. I just want you to have like a farther out in time outlook at this point. I think we're closing the door today. So if we are closing the door today, then we need to know what's going to take place. Now, there's some good news here. We had a conversation a day or two ago where we said you can, if you're trying to buy a bottom, there'll be a good bottom in here to buy. Where do I think we go after this? 750. We go straight to 750. It's going to be like last April, like 2025. We'll cascade down. And then I think it's going to be that same recovery, like this monster recovery up to 750. That's what I think. So be ready to buy dips. I would say to you, though, that you need to be, I mean, you either need to be like, I don't care if we're risk off or whatever. I buy so low that it doesn't matter. But if you're like a bull and your basis is where we are, or like higher than 6,000, take your money and run. That is financial advice. I'm gonna issue this warning. Take it for real. That's what it is. This is not the price action you want to be seeing today. Tomorrow should be a bloodbath. Friday should be a bloodbath. You should wake up on Monday and it's gonna be fucking bloody. Take the warning. This is gonna be violent. It's gonna be fucking a doozy. Hold on here. Let's go back and look on so I want you to just snip this, take a picture of this at home, just so you can see it. It should be quick, fast, violent, and to the downside, and we'll bottom in mid-April, and we'll check again. I'm assuming there's something we don't know. There has to be, or the news is not fully telling you the damage that's being done in Asia and its impact on the U.S. I saw some gas prices this morning in the U.S. I saw a picture of a guy spent $450 fucking dollars to fill his truck up. $450. You know, if you're a working class stiff, male, female, they, them, I don't care, and you rely upon a truck and you're paying $450 for that fucking gas, and you know, like the things that you use out there, like let's say you're using PVC on construction jobs, and you're the guy with the gas for the truck, and you got to install, let's say, some PVC pipes. You got to tell your clients, yeah, hey, by the way, price of PVC is through the roof because we use distillates for that in Asia. Oh, and by the way, my gas is $450. People are gonna be like, "What are you talking about? You just quoted me $1,000 or $10,000, and now it's $15,000 to do that job." They're gonna freak the fuck out. So there's probably more than we see here going on in the background. Is my point, and it's probably rapidly developing, like on the ground for people in life, and so you'll hear the fallout of it. But you're not going to hear that things are breaking in the economies around the world. But I'm telling you right now, they are. And this price action is this. Jesus Christ, am I forcing the price of fucking SPY down right now? They're like the world's biggest bulls telling you to get the fuck out. But that door is closed today. This, like the door that was potential to go up and out. We're gonna change the dynamics of 1 day gamma, 2 day gamma, 3 day gamma, and we're gonna sell the fucking hole right into the 31st. Be careful. Do not institute any new positions long, and maybe oil or something, or gold or something like that, but stay the fuck away from equities here. Please do. It's going to get panicky. And you should see some panic cascade selling at some point. This doesn't look good. It reminds me of COVID. It reminds me of, to some extent, tariffs, but more so COVID. There's probably more that we know than we're being told. Remember when COVID, they didn't tell you everything in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, like, things start breaking? It's like that. There's things breaking quietly, they're not telling you how bad it actually is. I would have given the market like a coin flip if we could have stayed up hey, maybe we do, maybe there is a chance. Give them the opportunity to find a resolution, and maybe things aren't as bad as they are. This price action is telling you, fuck no, it's worse than you think. We're not going to take any chances, and we'll wait until the dust settles. And I don't know what that information is. You don't. We're just regular people. And like the news isn't going to tell you everything until it's already happened. You might already be feeling it wherever it is you live. But like it won't be a story for your consumption until afterwards. This here is telling you that this price action this morning is telling you that the market is going to go risk the fuck off, and there's no like two ways about it. There's no like maybe things will improve, or maybe we know something that you don't know. You and I know. There's none of that here. Hold on, I got to drink some water. I'm losing my voice already. Okay, so this is your outlook. I suspect we trade the 40s first, and then we'll, of course, trade the 20s. And I don't know if we can get down there to 600. It's like icing on the cake. You shouldn't be like, don't be like buying puts for 600 and they're in the money, but they're worthless. You know what I mean? Don't buy like April fucking 6,000p or 600p's and we trade that, but your shit's worthless. Get a little bit of in the money shit, like 620 would be nice, and then leave some runners on to slam into 610, 620, maybe even 590. You get down there and start rootering down there, and if things get even uglier, I'm assuming there's something we don't fucking know, boys and girls. It's very rare that I see something like this. This decisive. Whenever I see this, like this decisiveness, it ain't good. It's not good. It's already coming down. Yeah, it's gonna cascade down. You're gonna see peg. Now remember, this is a higher time frame. It's not gonna trade. This is like the direction. We can trade all this in here. We can trade all this up in here. You're like, don't be like, oh, Cap says it's straight line down, and it's just going to be straight line down. You're going to still have to trade all this bullshit all the way down. Hold on, let's take a peek here. Excuse me. Let's look at a higher frame here. We did the weekly, right? Forget that white thing up there. Like this weekly thing up here. You can kiss that goodbye. This is right there. We ain't going up there. We ain't going. We're not going up there and for a long time. This like the two white lines that I've been showing you. These were only relevant if we stayed above the hourly trigger. The moment we lost that hourly trigger, all bets off. Another thing too here is you can sell the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger. They're gonna shank this fucking thing before it ever crosses. Really, before it ever comes back to hit this thing, this crosshair, they're gonna shank this all the way down. This daily trigger is gonna start racing to the downside. It'll meet us here, and this is going to become. This green line right here is going to become resistance. It's like we'll be defending to the downside. 647.80 and 646. Hold on here. That's a week. Let me just show you a few more things. Don't even worry about this stuff. Doesn't matter. There's more risk off than we see. You ain't going up there. The gig is up here for the bulls. And this was the big one here from this morning. This is it right here. This is the door closing. Ready? There it is. Right there. This is the door that's closed. This one right here, and immediately sell down here. Try to escape it right here. Going to continue to the downside. This right here is the 31st. Oops, I don't know what happened there. We'll get rid of this because it's on a higher frame. We're going to slam down right here. Into today's close. We'll hit this one tomorrow. This will be Friday. And this should be the weekend right here. It should start raining down here. You'll start seeing the hourly trigger come down. This is going to become resistance right here. This is going to become resistance right here. And we're going to smash until we get through. Let's look at this. We're already there. You can see the sell on the half-hour trigger right here. Hold on here, guys. I got a couple things I got to do. Look at that 4-hour high that is. That's insane right there. You can see it right here. And likely break that too. We could go right through there. Let's look at it like this. Something just like this. We'll trade this right here. And then smash to that one right there. Sorry, this doesn't always translate when I go from like a 1 hour to a 1 minute. This should be somewhere in here. Somewhere down here. Right here. And then told, no, this is 50 right here. As long as we stay under 52.5, we can go all the way up here, but I think the bigger, or we can fail this right here. We can go as high as this one right here, but as long as we stay under this right here. Hold on here. This does not need to happen. Be very careful as I give you projections over the next couple weeks because I want to talk to you about that too real quick. The dotted lines do not need to happen. Do not need to happen. Hold on, let's get rid of this. I'll just show you what I mean here. Hold on. Be very careful with, let me go over here so you can see it. So what I want you to be careful with is the dotted lines. Now, let me show you what they look like. This is going to be a solid line. Yep. This here is going to be a dotted line. But I want you to remember that. Don't be like, oh, Cap said we're going to go all the way up here. This is not required. The dotted is not required here. If we start cascading, if the price action turns into cascading, it's just going to go, hold on here. It's likely not going to be pleasant. You know, like the escalator down that we've had, we're gonna get capitulation. Here's 1600. God damn. There's 1 p.m. We should squeeze up here between 1 and 1:30, but I don't think it's going to matter. You're going to get a lot of risk-off behavior down here. And I got to tell you one more thing here, too, which is when we roll the contract roll on Friday, depending upon where we are, ooh, the bigger question, or I wouldn't say bigger question, but I want to show this to you. The real issue here is this. Theoretically, the bottom of the option market is right here. See this right here, bottom of puts. If these get monetized, we start monetizing and rolling down here. And we re-hedge. So you like monetize all this stuff, and when you go to re-hedge, and you're now re-hedging even lower. That's the scary part. You'll see like rampant hedging down here. Like they'll roll lower now. They'll roll deeper. Puts will get extremely expensive. God, I hate being this bearish. I hate when it happens like this. It's so rare. It's like, it's so rare when this happens. It's like, oh man, here we go. Here comes the fucking doom or something we don't know. Let's see if we can Let me just count this really quick. Hold on. One. Right, where you go? This is only one right here. This is only one. 1, 2. Up here to stop it, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5 down there. We should go up here for a minute. Somewhere up here. This next leg is going to be nasty down there. It's somewhere up in here. Could be as high as well, there's 50. I'm gonna keep it at 50. I think they're gonna step right in here and they're gonna start blocking this off. Like, we have to close the door at 50 here. Hang tighter, guys. Or 650, 55. 655. Hold on a second here. Where's the drop on this one? Thursday, 1040. But it's even higher. It's way up here. Let me just check this really quick. $10.44. This is what the bears need to hold right here. This is the door closing on bulls. These are the downside targets by the close, maybe. And that'd be nice. Have that till the close. One 1:30, 2. We got 3 p.m. We'll give you till 2:30. And I'll give you more down until 1:30 right here. $130, bounce up, and then plunge to the close. And it ain't pretty. Something like this. All right, grind, squeeze up. Come into like that sour hour, power hour, whatever, and down here. Or we get it done. Or we can get this done, maybe. Bounce here, and then we break through it over here. Something like that. Just watch this into 1:30. I'm still bearish here till 1:30 at least. I'm pretty fucking bearish here. This is where we're building the wall right now on high. We're building a wall at 650 right now. Just above this. We just read some of this here in the background, some of this news. I missed the Trump comments earlier. I was talking about fucking coffee cups earlier with hold on a second here. I don't know if the Friday deadline for Iran. Let me just go through Trump's commentary here. I missed all this. Trump says oil and stock market reaction to Iran conflict not as severe as he expected. He's going to eat those words. There's like a 65 to 75% chance he's going to eat those words. I'll say that. That's a pretty high percentage. He's going to eat those words quick. I'm surprised no one's told him that. Treasury Secretary Bessent, we will overcome what Iran thinks is a choke point. It's really military in recent days. 162nd Division was deployed in southern Lebanon. I don't see us going there. I don't care about Lebanon and Israel. Besant, energy prices and inflation will be lower with absolute security. I agree with that statement, but when? That means we own Iran. Besant saying the oil market is well supplied. The U.S. doesn't believe a choke point exists in the Strait of Hormuz. That's false. Besant goes on to say we are starting to see more movement in the Gulf. Confident shipping traffic will continue to increase even before we secure the strait. The U.S. dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven. The dollar has appreciated and capital is flowing in. This is the Rubner argument. That money will come from the East into the U.S. I think Rubner, or I think it sounds like Besant is trying to make the argument. He's trying to make the argument that we had an Asian financial crisis in 1998. He's making the argument that foreign investment will flee to the United States. I think Rubner's kind of on that trade too. So what would happen would be inflation would ramp. The dollar would ramp. And the dollar would ramp, but the market wouldn't go down. If you just look up the Asian financial crisis and its impact on the U.S. stock market. The U.S. stock market should have been crashing. It was due for a crash, and instead it went skyrocket because of inflows of money from other countries. We get above that daily trigger, I'll entertain that trade. Today's look does not entertain that trade at all. The market's disagreeing right now. Trump asked about diverting weapons from Ukraine and Middle East. The U.S. diverts weapons all the time. On suspending the gas tax, some people should do that. I don't know what that means. Excuse me here. My voice is fucking blown out. Trump on suspending gas tax. Some people should do that. That is not. Dude, this is like the fucking COVID shit. It's just like no, just more nonsense. Trump to Congress end DHS shutdown or face very drastic measures. So he's fighting with Congress here. Asked on new Iran deadline, I'll announce it. There are very substantial talks going on with Iran. As gift from Iran of the 8 boats of oil allowed to sail. Oh man, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think 8 tankers is like the. I don't think 8 tankers is gonna do it. Trump, 10 tankers in all given by Iran. Tankers were Pakistani flagged. Iran shouldn't be able to charge for Hormuz passage. It's not even that much. It adds like $1 to a gallon of gas. It's not that much. I mean, I don't like Iran at all. You guys know this, but it's not that much money. It's a couple $1 million for a super carrier. It's not as drastic. That's more like. It's actually not that much money. For what's going on, I would say it's not that much money at all. I think it adds $1 per gallon to a tanker, or it might be a liter, but I'm not sure. I think it's a gallon. Don't quote me on the gallon or the liter, though I can't remember. Iran shouldn't be able to charge for Hormuz. We don't know whether Iran dropped any mines. There could be a few mines in Hormuz. That's a lot. I bet they got to be tethered, though, right? There's no fucking way they're just floating around. Please tell me they're not floating around. Iran shouldn't be able to charge. We don't know whether Iran dropped any mines. There could be a few mines in Hormuz. That's a lot. Trump on Iran and Hormuz. I have a feeling it'll be cleaned quickly. I don't know what he's talking about in that contextually. Maybe the LNG tanker. Taking control of Iran's oil is an option. Gulf allies would probably like for us to stay at war with Iran. The U.S. doesn't stay at war, we will still protect the Gulf. We have a coalition formed to protect vessels. Yeah, I think you do. But that still is like the specter of this is that the war escalates. We have targets we want to hit before we leave. We have a coalition formed to protect vessels. You know what that introduces is all you need here is Iran to say "fuck you," we're going to attack you. And then we get escalation. You know, resume copper carpet bombing, Operation Glass Parking Lot. The U.S. always was there for the UK, but I don't know anymore. The request to the UK for help was a test. Fucking seriously? Like, stop with this fucking... It's like... He just adds more fuel to the fire. It's like, let me just pour there's gasoline fire over there. Give me another gallon. I'm going to pour it on top of that fucking dumpster fire, and we're going to get it cooking. The request to the UK was a test. Like, that's like boy talk. I don't know yet if the Friday deadline for Iran will change. It refers to the energy infrastructure ceasefire. Trump ends remarks to the media during a cabinet meeting. This is not good on a Thursday, boys and girls. This is not good. This is not the pump that we're looking for. This is not the job owning that we're looking for here today. Watch out for a squeeze here. The more time we burn, we potentially could go up here and hammer out another layer. See this big red bar right here? They're going to try to hammer out the 50s up here and lock us in underneath 650. Watch out for a squeeze, though. They're going to try to keep us underneath 6555 on SPX. Not a good look on a Thursday here. Expect more down into Friday. Now let's talk about the weekend. Like, do we expect a ceasefire over the weekend? I'm going to tell you that the market is not. Market is the expectation from the market is no ceasefire over the weekend. I hear lots of rumors that there's a narrative being pushed that we're going to attack over the weekend. I disagree with that rumor 1,000%. I don't think the U.S. Is ready. I told you the hurry up and wait story. I think we're going to drag this shit out for weeks. And not only that, if we start escalating this, which I'm assuming that's going to happen, or the market's assuming that's going to happen, if we start escalation, you're talking about ramping troops in a jiffy. Troop presence in a jiffy. It should be fast. I'm trying to see if I see anything else here. Hold on, guys. I bet if I had to guess, like, you're not going to get the invasion over the weekend, but you're likely going to get a lot of bad news, like you did this week and last weekend, and the weekend before that. You're going to get a lot of freakouts from these governments in Southeast Asia. That's what it looks like. That's the market saying right now. Risk off posture into the contract roll. Risk off posture, I would assume, continues. There must be something we don't know here. That's the only thing that I can think of here is that we're not being told how the escalation is going to take place. Now, does it make it so? No. I mean, the one thing about Trump is, if there's a fire, a dumpster fire, he pours gasoline on it. And the market will make him pay until he has a fucking plan, basically, right? until he finally calls uncle and says, okay, here's the actual plan. The market's going to make him pay. There's like another layer of uncertainty coming, I guess. So anyways, look for this squeeze up into 2 o'clock, 2:30. Let's see if we can find a... we're going to get a new candle here in just a minute. See if we can find a place to reject this above. It's right here. This is what they're going to try to build out right now. But you can't see that, sorry. And they're going to try to block this out right here. This is a 30-minute. Here comes the squeeze. So you can see it. We'll give them all the way over into 230 or so. This is where the bears are. Where the sellers are above right there. No, I need to see that one right there.
High rate of 4.255%, 4.255% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 4.247%. Bid to cover of 2.43, 2.43. So the US here selling $44 billion and they are awarding 24.24% of bids at high. Primary dealers are taking 12.41%, direct 25%, indirect 62.56%.
I'm going to read just a couple top headlines here. Trump tells Iran get serious about negotiations or there's no turning back.
4.255%. When issued yield was 4.247%, which is a tail of 0.8 basis points.
As Trump mulls final blow. Iran laying traps and building defenses on Karg Island. I don't think we're going to Karg Island. I don't think we're going there. I think what they're going to do is they're going to put troops there. We're going to bomb the fuck out of them and not put troops on Karg Island. I think that's folly for Iran. Maybe it's something that they'll do for like, hey, look, they're not going to invade. They're too chicken or something. There's just no need. Once you know there's troops there, you just bomb the fuck out of them. Yeah, jobless claims was the no hire, no fire. We already know that's been ongoing. Stocks and bonds slide as ceasefire hopes fade. I'm reading something here saying one more oil squeeze and something breaks. That's what I'm thinking here is, like I've already told just 2 weeks ago. I told just fucking 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's saying here like one more oil surge and something will break. I think things are breaking quietly. And we're just not being told about it yet. Or it's not like main news, not like front and center how bad it is. I'm assuming shortages will be coming soon, and then the price of goods are going to go through the fucking roof, and there'll be shortages, price of goods through the roof. And then of course you get like services will jump on board this. You know, like everybody will jump on board this train. And it'll start cascading. It's going to be fucking ugly. Let me see if I can read this here. I don't think there's a Fed put at 6,000. I think the Fed puts at like 5,600. I think it's even lower. We have to go below 6,000 and reject for a Fed put. Just let me see this here. Asian oil prices crash after mystery trader bid to buy oil to 170 identified. That doesn't have anything to do with energy. Stocks look unpriced for a re-escalation in war. Agreed. Or at least today is telling us that. Risk off into the weekend. I'll read this one to you here in just a minute. I'll post a few of these for you in the Discord. I want to see this oil thing that I was just reading. Where the fuck is that oil thing? The next 48 hours look tricky. I'll read that one to you too. Where is that oil fucking story that I was reading? It says here, oil squeezing everything else on edge. Brent is bouncing with strong momentum, but elevated volatility and rising geopolitical pricing are keeping markets fragile. From equities to rates, oil is now the driver, and the margin for error is shrinking fast. I agree. Or I agree that price is showing that this morning. Today in particular is telling you watch the fuck out. Brent bouncing. Brent tested the steep uptrend in place since early March. Momentum remains strong. Price hasn't even pulled back to the 21 MA. 50% retest of the large down candle is the near-term resistance, just a few dollars above. The highest close so far sits at only $6 higher. Oil RSI is only at 63. I'm not an RSI guy, but they're still implying that there's still more ahead. OVX, if you don't know what OVX is, that's the VIX of oil. It's screaming higher. OVX has come off panic highs, but is still hovering around 90, implying greater or less than 6% daily fucking moves in oil. Whew! Daily 6% predicted in oil. Volatility remains elevated. Expect continued erratic price action. One way to play this is overriding strategic oil longs, especially if you think things may calm somewhat from here. I don't see the calm here. I see panic. I think they're going to start fucking panicking. Not yet, but they'll panic on the roll. If we're like slamming down, they'll panic on that fucking roll. They'll monetize and they will roll hedges deep to 6,000. You might even see hedges to like, I think you might see hedges to like 5,600 just to get cheap enough hedges. Maybe not. I'm not talking about the JHQ. I'm talking about just people. Traders will try to dig even deeper. Hang tight here. Stocks look unpriced for a re-escalation in war. U.S. stocks do not look adequately priced for a re-escalation. This is from Michael Ball, Bloomberg macro strategist. The U.S. stocks do not look adequately priced for re-escalation and tensions in the Middle East. Sorry for my voice here. I'm losing it. I gotta talk slower, I think. Consternation from both the U.S. and Iran continues, with the former insisting talks are ongoing. Consternation from both the U.S. and Iran continues, with the former insisting talks are ongoing, the latter denying anything of substance is taking place. President Trump has taken to urging Iran to get serious, while speculation grows that a ground offensive is looking more likely. I'm agreeing with that. Well, this price action today is telling me that the market knows something we don't know, something bad. So I'm assuming that's escalation, some kind of escalation.
We're seeing a text release here from Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers. It says the Bank of Canada will have
Voice news
Just turn that off. We don't need to hear that shit right now. Even more notable has been the pricing of tail risks inferred through option prices. Out of the money put skew in the S&P or put skew And the S&P 500 puts stuck at 90% of spot versus those at 95 have fallen back down in recent weeks, suggesting that implied probability of a deep decline has fallen relative to a smaller drop. The implied probability for sell-offs has risen, but not in a way that suggests a high likelihood of a much deeper decline. The fall in put skew is a key reason why the VIX has not risen more. If the tails were more expensive as deeper out-of-the-money hedging demand was greater, then the VIX would likely be higher. That's the problem here. Like, we start coming into the roll, and you start seeing rolling of puts even deeper. It could get fucking messy. If the tails are more expensive as deeper out of the money hedging demand was greater, then the VIX would likely be higher. So you have like that, people they can't afford an in the money hedge, so they go deeper out of the money. Then the VIX can start fucking ramping. It's currently at 27, lower than 35 it reached on March 9th. The comparative it's like magnetism of stocks stands in contrast to the oil market. Call skew and Brent crude has not fallen back. See the bottom panel chart. Applying commodity traders see perhaps a less optimistic outcome. Yeah, I'm thinking here that like the oil people know this. The bond people aren't having anything to do with this. You saw that in the 2-year the other day. And the like playing down of how bad things are is probably going to reveal itself to be worse than it is. Whether that is a longer war or ongoing disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, including a changing of terms for using it, if oil traders are on the right lines, then it's easy to see a world where deeper downside risk in stocks should be priced more expensively. Yep. And especially with the roll coming up, it's like a perfect storm. Next one is risk off into the weekend, question mark. While the boomtown rats don't like Mondays, it appears that traders have a different take. Thursday, Friday sessions have been painful for the S&P 500, as Goldman Sachs trader Robert Kaplan shows in the chart below over the last 90 days. And that's the key here is we held the market up yesterday, and it was starting out as a bear week, so you had to hold that yesterday. The whole basis, like the idea that if we hold 50, we're good, I don't agree with that. I think like as the week started, we had to hold 50, then we had to hold 55, and then we got to hold 60, and so on and so forth. And the moment that you lose that, we're going to go back down and test the market lows. And you start router rooting down in there, and you start be like doing the roll and all that, and you start seeing demand for deeper hedging. Notably, nearly all of the divergence has occurred since February 20th, coinciding with the Iran escalation, as investors prepare to de-risk into the weekends. Yeah, this is not what you want to be seeing into the end of a quarter. You want to see like the chance for two outcomes. We're pricing in only one outcome right now, which is down deeper. Next 48 hours look tricky. Goldman's one Delta desk head warns outcomes remain very wide-tailed. I think Pravorsky is open to the outcome for upside. JPM closed their shorts already. Yesterday they closed their shorts. They're in more wait, like JPM's in wait and see mode. Pravorsky is in more down mode. Rubner's on this is the bottom mode. I disagree. I think today's price action is enough to definitively say that there are not two outcomes. There's only one being priced in right now, and that's more downside. And there's risk on the weekend. I don't see that risk. The only risk, or I don't see the war risk over this weekend. I only see more damaging headlines. Headline risk assigned to these countries. They're going to say, "Oh, we're fucked on this," or sorry, you're not going to get any. You're going to not get your doodad anymore. And then I think that risk grows into the next weekend. Their actual like war risk is probably in 2 or 3 weeks. And if that war escalates, then you're talking about bringing more troops into that area, which could drag this on into the summertime. So I'm betting here, you see like the low in April for the next phase of the war, and if it even escalates even more, it could get fucking ugly. Fucking ugly. As Goldman's Pravorsky's pointed out this morning, it's still unclear where we stand on negotiations, whether anything happens today or slips into the weekend. The self-imposed deadline is fast approaching, and U.S. troops, ships en route to the Middle East keep the specter of escalation alive. The next 48 hours, this is this morning, by the way, the next 48 hours looks tricky as anxiety builds and positioning shifts towards how much do I really want to own in the next week into the weekend. Outcomes remain very wide-tailed. The modal view still feels like a lack of progress in the first round of talks, with kinetic elements snapping back, but enough hope for a second round to keep things contained. The real tail risk is attacks on critical infrastructure, desalination and power, which would imply a much longer and more structural disruption to the Gulf. Yeah, I agree. Even the rebuilding, this fucking thing could spiral into the entire fucking year. Second order effects. Hold on. So the real tail risk is attacks on critical infrastructure. So keep that on your radar. Desalination and power. Second order effects. In the meantime, the market is increasingly short time. I agree with that fucking statement. Time, man. It's like time or price. It's always time or price. The scale of disruption in diesel and the price spike is already feeding demand destruction globally. That's not good. Second order effect spilling over. Thailand's fishing industry is a good example. The surge in diesel prices triggered by U.S.-Israeli war on Iran is pushing Thailand's multi-billion-dollar fishing industry towards a standstill. We talked about this last week, guys. You don't think it's a bunch of, it's hard for humans to understand the scale of when you have a stoppage of 80% of, even if it's only half, 40%, 60% of a nation's ability to, or a nation's supply of certain fuel types. The actual impact of that is fucking huge. Talking about plants going idle, whole industries going idle, needing to make decisions as a nation. Are we going to fucking fuel the manufacturing plant down the road or the fishing industry in Taiwan? Is it Thailand? Or are we going to keep the lights on for our people? It's kind of like that. And those knock-on effects fucking probably are not being publicized, if I had to guess. There's not enough focus on it. It's not like the news is screaming, hey, things are breaking in real time right now. Panic. They're not going to tell you that. They'll tell you the after effect. Oh, this happened. There will be many versions of this across. He goes on to say the second order, his example is the fishing industry. And then he goes on to say there will be many versions of this across Asia and globally if this drags on for more than a few weeks. It's already here. It's been the last 3 weeks. We don't need to wait 3 more weeks. We're just not hearing about it. You'll hear about it in 3 fucking weeks. Probably could have done without this, quote, at least 40% of Russia's oil export capacity is at a halt following Ukraine drone attacks. The U.S. is involved in that, too. So we're escalating in Iran. We're putting the screws to Russia. And then there's, the pain in Asia and Australia. Rates, another weak auction yesterday. That's the 5-year till. I wasn't concerned with the 2-year and the 5-year. Normally it marks a bottom in the market. But there's something going on here that we don't know. There's some kind of it's got to be something escalatory. That's what I'm thinking. That they're someone knows the plans and the plans are not pretty. That's my guess here. Someone knows the fuck is going on, and they're like, oh, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be a fucking mess. We're going to go in there and do this and do that and all that kind of shit. That's what the market is saying right fucking now. The cleaner explanation is a cross-asset liquidity grab. If producers can't monetize oil flows, they need to raise cash elsewhere, which could be contributing to a correlated sell-off across rates, equities, and gold. Equities are relatively contained versus the multiple standard deviation sell-off we've seen in rates and the spike in rates vol. This is an unsustainable equilibrium far more than any other indicator. This needs to work for equities to work. Watch the 7-year auction later today. Before getting dragged into a shouting match on Javon's paradox, I'm comfortable saying I don't know. It may well be that efficiency simply expands demand. But what is clear is that AI is compressing multiples across the complex. It's not just software, it's hardware tool. You need the very high confidence of the near-term EPS. Pays you back because terminal values are becoming increasingly uncertain. The market is already reflecting that. Don't believe me? XOM's forward multiple is greater than NVDA's. Risk, reflexivity. It still argues the U.S. wants off-ramps. Rates, not equities, are the real pressure point. My base case is we're at the beginning of the end. Both sides have broadly signaled their terms, but it's likely the end of the beginning. The early bounce trade was played out. Near term feels like consolidation with a better opportunity to add risk into weakness, potentially into Friday, as others cut exposure. Into next week, after any further escalation, I'd expect renewed attempts to de-escalate. The risk I'm wrong and this turns into a more prolonged infrastructure shock, or conversely, we get a surprise weekend breakthrough, negotiation delay, and gap higher. For now, neutral with a bias to buy dips, given sentiment and positioning. Month-end rebalance should be net supportive for equities, but is less obvious to me given bonds have sold off as well. You know, it doesn't fucking matter if it becomes more supportive. The problem is that you have no escape. That's the fucking problem. The fucking problem is that it doesn't matter if we catch a fucking bounce on the 31st. If we're too fucking low, we're trapped in. There's no escape. So there's no escape, so you get the bounce, of course. Like you're fucking trading the fucking 40s again, then you're ripping higher, but you're not breaking out from this upward momentum that's crashing down over your fucking head. So I disagree with this part of that statement. I think what we're doing is we're closing the fucking door above is what we're doing right now. So no, I disagree with that. I mean, I agree with the idea that they'll de-escalate, they'll escalate, then they'll de-escalate. But the market is saying we don't give a fuck. We know you're going to escalate. We know you're going to de-escalate. We know you're going to escalate a second time, is what the market's saying. That this is going to expand. That's the market saying right now. Equities market, at least, is saying that right now. So you can see this right here. Today is not a good day. If you had a top line, we're getting sucked into quarter end to the downside. You might see a bounce thereafter, but it ain't going to matter. There is no escape. The only tail in this, the only tail risk for that upside would be an end to the war. That would be it. It's the only fucking thing that would work here. Otherwise, the positioning is going to become even more defensive. Let's keep this right here so you can see where it's at. This is your weekly target. Expect to bounce off it if we hit it right now. It's also 6,500. It's the pin down below. And let me look at Gamma really quick here in the background. There's a fucking giant fat bar right here. There's a bar at 47 or 40 or excuse me 64.75 too. I'd be wanting to target that one. That's the M down below. Blood in the market, trading 648.18 right now. Careening lower to a price target of 647.85. SPX are targeting 6,500. Fucking Christ, blood in the fucking casino, man. And this is going to trigger some fucking panic. It's going to fucking trigger panic, boys. It's going to freak people out. They're going to panic. Hold on here. There's something else I want to show you guys, too. This is really fucked up. I'll show you this. Hang tighter. I got something really messy to show you. I'm going to show you a fucking scary chart. Want me to scare you? Oh, I got a scary chart for you. I got a good one for you here. Hold on. I'll pull it out. I was looking at this one last night. I haven't shown it yet. Hold on here. I was like, oh, fuck. Hold on 1 second here. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on here. Sorry, hold on here. Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you guys something really fucked up. Hold on here. You want to see some? You want to see the fucking Thursday scaries? They're like Jim James is out there telling everybody to sell everything. That guy fucking never sells. Hold on here. The guy's perma fucking bull, perma hope. I fucking love being perma hope. I always think things can get better. Hold on here. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Hold on. What's going on here? Come on now. Oh god, this is the Sunday scaries. Hold on a second, boys and girls. I got something scary for you. Now, I don't think that this is all relevant. Like all of these down moves are all relevant, but it serves as a reminder. Let me see if I can bring this up here. I got the scaries for you, boys. Hold on here. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Save. Can I open this? There we go. Oh yeah, here comes the Sunday scaries. I got the fucking Sunday scare. I got the Sunday scaries here. Watch this, boys and girls. This is not gonna be pretty. We're gonna go. Can you look at it like this? Shoot. Nope, wrong one. Okay, that doesn't show. I gotta fix that screen. How about top right? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna bring this one down so you can't see it for just a minute. Hold on here, guys. I'm just gonna mute this. We'll come back to new. I'm just gonna mute the chat box instead. I'm gonna mute my camera. I'm gonna mute this right here. And I want you to see this right here. So this is the Iran war. Maybe I make it a little bit smaller. Can you see that? Yeah, that's better. Okay. This is sketchy. This is the yen carry trade right here. This is the Iran war in March. This is the Fed pivot. Oh no, the Fed pivot's right here. Oh, hold on here. Sorry about that. So if you see this right here, this is the Fed pivot. This is the Ukraine war. This is Liberation Day. And what's really kind of sketchy here is, do you see how we're kind of like, this is where we are right now, the quick bump up? This is the energy crisis of 2022. And that I want, in particular, I want you to see this right here. I want you to see this up and then plunge. And then we kind of stall in here and then plunge. And this is just vertical down. This is what I'm afraid of, is this move right here. This is the current crisis. And what they're saying to you is that we're too far gone. And how do I draw this? Hold on here. Let me edit this with you. And I think this is the crux of yesterday and today. I think the idea here for can I edit this? Fuck, do I edit this thing? Pain in the ass this thing can be sometimes. I fucking hate Microsoft. Okay. The issue here is, nope, that ain't working. Markup. The issue here is this. Do you see how like we pull out of some of these? We normally get down here, we start pulling out, or at least have the option to pull out, like up here, and then you can make the decision if you're going up or down. And we're stalling. You can see it, right? Price action today, we're stalling, and that means if we're going to stall, right? Drop, plunge. This right over here, same thing, and then plunge. Not a good chart. Yeah, leave. No, I just want to cancel. Yes, cancel without changing that. So here's where the danger is right here. If you want an ugly ass chart, this is the one. And this is the one where we you know what we do, right? We put that back. What we end up doing is if we can't crawl our way out of this, we fucking plunge. So let's look at this really quick too. Let me see. Can I go back to the trigger screen? There we go. And I'll show you how the dynamics change here. It's like net gamma. We're trading right now 6.511. Let me make this bigger. Yeah, we're right in here. Even under here, we're on this huge gamma bar. We're right here. We're magneting this right here. And the real danger here is we roll these contracts and we start building these out, you know, like this. All this gets built out. This is where the real risk comes in. And then you're building all this shit out over here. Well, maybe not that drastic, but I'm being a little over aggressive here. But here's 5,900. This one will get built out. This one will get built out. This one will get built out. Sorry, that's a little bit too long, but you get the idea, right? You start building this stuff out. This gets away. Nobody wants to buy these. These go away. And before you know it, there's a doorway to blast down here. I don't know if this is making any sense, but no one will buy these puts for the next quarter. They'll roll them even deeper. And then we'll be able to have the doorway will open to go down. We'll start blasting through this. Your first target, once we lose support, is 6,400. This is your first target right here. As soon as this gamma blows off, we're going to start ripping down here. That's 6,450. We'll hit this one first. This will be the new bottom of the market, 6,400. 1 day it's gamma. For today is changed now. We now are stuck on this pin, 6,500. The top for the day is 6,525, and there's now a wall at 6,550. 6,550 is now a wall here. So if you're looking at it from this perspective, this is now a big ass wall. Like you got a big put wall here now. This actually, they're going to try to box this in is what they're going to do. This was a weak put wall. They're going to try to make it a regular put wall. And we'll get trapped in here. And we'll just ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Now this we can squeeze this, but it ain't gonna matter. And we could actually go underneath this and then come back up. We can trade 64.75 down here. This can all get traded. Like up here, back down here, and then there's just too much to overcome up here. 66 becomes a massive wall. And there's the door right there. Here comes your cross, just so you can see it. When this daily trigger here comes down, it's going to be just like this. Box you in, box you in, box you in. You come in here and whammo, there's your massive put wall, 6,600. And there's no chance of escaping here. You'd have to have a ceasefire. That's where the trap is for the bulls. It's not really a trap. It's just that's where the door shuts. Door's shutting today, then indubitably. Watch this right here. I said indubitably. That chart is ugly, guys. Like, that chart is telling you. I mean, I know it's kind of a bullshit chart because there's a bunch of other shit, but that chart is showing you basically that they're gonna shut the fucking door on you. You're not getting the chance, and the deal is almost sealed here. I want to say it's like 98% sealed. 92. It's getting there. It's not quite 100%, man. And now you're talking about like a 5% chance to 15% chance that you're gonna get a ceasefire. That's basically what the market's telling you. Like a 5% chance of that, bro. Stop talking about ceasefire. So even the ability of Trump to call ceasefire is being priced out. I'm still dogging down here. What else we got here? Friday we have consumer sentiment at 10. And then we're also closed one day, right? Aren't we closed one of these days? Friday, for Good Friday, April 3rd. We're closed. Damn. We got like the roll on Tuesday, and then we got closed on Friday. Woo! 3-day weekend. That's where the job owning comes back in. I can see it already. There'll be escalation over the weekend of some sort, either bad news. I think it's going to be bad news. I don't think it's going to be war. I think you're going to see over the weekend panic in other countries. And then I think you're going to see like the U.S. will probably escalate at some point. Not troops on the ground. I think it'll be something like, take out some more leadership or whatever. They took another guy today. They took the head of a Navy. They took the Navy leader out today, I think, in Iran. So like, it's like Robot Chicken when the guy was wearing the costume and Darth Vader just keeps killing the same guy over and over again. So every time one of these guys takes a position, they just wipe him out until they find someone in more agreement. Are you in agreement? No, you're gone. Oh, how about you? Next one. You step up. That kind of shit should continue. And then you should see like a de-escalation attempt on Good Friday. That makes perfect sense, right? Try to like, it's Good Friday, it's Easter, and I'll throw my olive branch out, and then we go right back into it after post Easter or in and around Easter, start hammering them. I would expect, when's Easter? When is Easter? Sunday, April 5th. So you like extend the olive branch. They say no, and then we get down and dirty. Let's call like ground invasion. You know, sometime the 11th or 12th, or the week of the 7th through the 12th. That would be, I would assume at that point, the Marines, Army, you'll start getting some more troop type stuff. You end up invading an island somewhere, probably not Kang Island. If you guys know old school Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I don't think they're going to take Kane. I think what they'll do is bomb Kang Island this weekend, and then they'll invade some other islands in like 2 weeks. How about this? I'll give you an invasion weekend. We're going to invade probably with boots. Sometime just post Easter. We'll give them a bunch of steak and lobster tail for Easter, and then tell them, okay, boys, tomorrow is jump day, so here's your steak and your Easter eggs and your fake Cadbury eggs and stuff, your lobster tail and your New York strips and your well, they don't do New York strips. When I was in, they did ribeyes and shit. They did nice steak. Yeah, that's what I see. And then the job owning over Easter. You can probably buy a dip. Maybe we can buy a low for the for Easter on. I bet you that's not. You bet you can't buy that dip until like Thursday the 2nd. And you have next week. You ready? You got jolts on Tuesday. You know the Bears love that fucking shit. You got on Wednesday retail sales, another fucking famous bear day. It hasn't been treating bears well lately, but you figure there should be some knock-on coming into this retail sales. I'll look into the retail sales here and see if that could be a bottom. Maybe you sell the volatility into retail sales. We have ISM manufacturing though at 10 on Wednesday. And then Friday the 3rd. Supposedly we're getting NFP, but we're closed. So maybe they'll move that. I don't know. They've got it listed here for Friday the 3rd, but we're closed, I think. I think the market's closed that day. Oof. Ugh, ugly. Then you bump it up over the weekend, 3-day weekend. You let it squeeze, and nobody can make any money unless you're in a spread. And then you come back to the breakdown of negotiations, and we start taking islands. That puts us into mid-April. So you start taking islands. That's mid-April. Then we're looking at OPEX for April on a fucking low as conditions break down. Now, here's where the things really fucked up is if this doesn't end with bombing all these troops on Kang Island and our taking of other islands, and let's say it escalates. So what they'll do is they'll bring us back up into the April OPEX and say, are we done? And if we're not done, we'll start rootering in May, like, you know, the 6,000, we'll go from like here to 640. Then we'll start rooting around like the 20s and the zeros, and maybe even get roped in for May. I think this could easily extend. You know, I want to say something here, man. Like, I don't know if this is going to happen, but it's looking fucking like it could turn into a fucking shit show, like all summer. There's other risk in this too. We're not there yet, but you know how you blow up a bubble? If you don't know how a bubble bursts, it's normally when the money dries up. The money has not dried up yet, but man, if it does, what happens is these companies, though, what they do is they, you know, they suck each other off, right? They're giving each other money and shit. And they're doing buybacks and all this other stuff, like loaning themselves money and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to create a bond and I'm going to do more development, and that shit ends if this carries on. It ends. That's the way you burst a bubble typically. We haven't burst the bubble yet, but we could begin to burst the bubble if this continues into late summer, or if it like escalates and there's a lot of death and there's if we own it, like if we own Iran, right, that's gonna be fucking all summer long, and that could get ugly. I'm looking forward to that. And probably trip me the fuck out, like start fucking jerking my leg and shit. You know, like that, all that shit brings me back to like fucking stop losses and fucking, you know, you're letting in prior service, you're letting in people that shouldn't be in the military. The fucking when the military turns into that kind of, it's not quite conscripted service, but it's not happy service. And then you're surrounded by a bunch of fucking rejects that shouldn't be there with you. It's dangerous. You know, like if you're a soldier, you know this, right? Like the height of the Iraq War, it was not fun. If you're older and know, you know. I think that they're planning for that. It's starting to look like we're not there yet, but it's looking. Well, we won't know this until we're down lower. When we're down like below the 40s and the 20s. We'll start to figure it out if it's going to escalate and get uglier or protracted. There's another way to do this too. There is other outcomes. Like there's another idea here too, where you price in that extended war. That would mean we go down into a Fed put. We would trade violently straight down until the Fed steps in. So you price in the extended war, you sweep like 6,000, you start threatening that you're going to go below to trade 5,600, and you do it really fast, and then you get intervention. Basically, the fucking money printer turns on, boys. And I ain't talking about rate cuts. I mean, you get some rate cuts in there, but you'll get the fucking literal money printer. Brr. God damn. Fucking COVID all over again. Fucking Christ. Please stop. I don't want to do COVID again. I don't want to do QE, man. I don't want to fucking do QE again, dudes. Not in my lifetime. We need to save that shit. Save it for like AI, UBI, world blowing up or whatever. We're going to go to party time. Now, if that happens, you could price the war in quicker, is my point here. You could price in an extension of the war, wrap it up quickly. You get the Fed jumps in, they start printing money, and then it's like COVID. You know, in 2020, in the height of COVID, like the war is raging in Iran, and the market's fucking ripping faces off as we print money to pay that guy that has to pay $4.50 for his fucking gasoline. That poor fucking working stiff in his truck. Those guys are gonna feel it. I'm gonna warn you right now. These fucking guys are gonna feel it, and you're gonna feel it. You'll end up feeling it quickly. It won't take long. You're going to start seeing more than likely your construction stuff, services, mechanical stuff. You're going to start feeling the fucking pain. And that means intervention, boys. Can't have people not be able to gas their trucks, go work every day. You know, you got to go to work, and you can't slow down. You can't like seize up industries. You can't have like let's say we need a new name for a new guy. We're gonna call him what? We're gonna call him Bob the Builder. So like Bob the Builder, you can't have Bob the Builder go to some guy out there and say, or some guy says, I need I don't know, I fucking need I don't know, you pick it. I need my walls painted. And Bob tells him, it's $500 or $1,000 or something. And then he goes back to book it, and Bob goes, nope, sorry. It's now $1,700. And that guy's gonna, the guy's gonna tell Bob, you can fuck right off until this Iran shit ends. I'll wait to get my painting done. The war will wrap up soon. And then you seize Bob's ability to make money. And Bob's out of work, even if it's temporary. And then Bob gets pissed. And Bob's going to get angry, and Bob's going to call his congressman, his senator. He's going to be like, what the fuck's going on? And so you know what Trump's going to want to do, right? It'll either force Trump to cease hostilities, or Trump will say, can we start printing money? So it's one or the other. You're going to get one or the other. Fuck. Bleeding even more right now on a Thursday. This 646 is 6475. 6475. We should keep trading that down below. And we'll likely target. We're rotor-rootering right now, 6,500 currently. Next target, 6,475. And I want to warn you. I'm going to warn you again. I said it earlier. This is not going to be the staircase down. You know, like the escalator, you know, nice and slow, organized. You're going to start seeing cascading at some point. It ain't going to take long. You're going to start seeing those 3% days, and they'll do like 2% out of market so you don't hit a circuit breaker. You'll do like, you know, like fucking 2% in the overnights, 3% in the cash market. They'll stop it right before a circuit breaker. It's the same shit as fucking as COVID, as fucking tariffs. No more escalator, boys. It's going to be elevator down. Oh man, look at that. It's just bleeding. It's not even, there's no stops here. Just no gas, all gas and brakes, but downside, not upside. Panic at the Disco. Here's S3. Intraday 4 and 5 are even lower. I don't think we get down here and do this one today, but this is a 2 standard deviation move down here. I don't think you get that today. Market being shanked. Where's the prior high? We're not quite at the prior low yet. There's some gaps down here to fill still. Let's go back. We still got more room to run though down there eventually. Fuck, look at that blood. Man. If you missed Friday's bottom, we're back at it again. If you missed Quapex's bottom, we're right back at it again. No, not quite, but almost there. Risk off posture. Full risk off market posture. We got Rubio out there fucking job-owning, fucking pointless. He's saying, he said something stupid. He said, Hormuz could be open tomorrow if Iran allowed it. What the fuck is that? We all know that, bro. I think like a fucking 5-year-old knows that. Iran hardliners push nuclear bomb debate. Iranian hardliners are increasingly vocal about pursuing a nuclear bomb amid U.S.-Israeli attacks, sources say. You know, this is in stark contrast to fucking what the fucking executives telling you. I understand why, too. I mean, I get it. I understand why you're not going to tell the U.S. that Iran is discussing a bomb. I personally think the Strait of Hormuz is a bomb. It's a weapon of mass destruction, and the U.S. probably views it as a weapon of mass destruction. Iranian hardliners are increasingly vocal about pursuing a nuclear bomb amid ongoing U.S.-Israeli attacks, sources say, with the Revolutionary Guard now dominant after the death of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Calls to abandon the NPT and consider nuclear weapons are gaining traction. While Iran has not officially changed its nuclear policy and still cites Khamenei's fatwa against bombs, state media and hardline politicians are publicly questioning the ban. Analysts say Iran's goal has long been threshold state capability, but the war may push hawkish voices towards advocating a bomb. The pace and feasibility of building a weapon remains uncertain due to recent airstrikes on Iran's nuclear and ballistic facilities. It's not a good fucking headline. Not a good fucking headline hitting the tape right now. They'll crater this fucking market. I'm fucking losing my voice too. This sucks. Let me just go back here and check SPY really quick over here. You see this right here? So we're trading. Let's go over here and look at this together.
The SpaceX IPO could reserve up to 30% for retail investors, according to sources.
There's a giant fucking gap down here. I know it looks bigger than it is, but there's a giant gap. You know what? Remember this prior high, right? This prior low right now, right here. We're trading this prior low right now, and this is where the squeeze is. There's kind of, depending how you look at this, there's a gap right here that needs filled. There's a gap down below that needs filled. There's nothing holding this up. Zero holding any of this up here. Not a fucking thing. Look at it. There's nothing in here holding this up. We'll leave this one here because this is this gap right here, just so we know see the difference. There's a fucking gap right here. Giant gap right here and a giant gap right here. Whoo! Looking over the cliff, boys. Spoos and free fall all afternoon. Big giant sell candle here. At 152. Yeah, they're going to panic this, man. I'm looking at this up here, too. The nuclear shit's starting to hit the tape now, too. I'm popping up in a bunch of my feeds. So I'm going to read some more about this nuclear shit, too. I don't want to read it, but I'm going to. Just so you have it, okay? Iran rejects U.S. plan. And my wife was asking about this last night, man. I was like, this reminds me more of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Iran rejects U.S. plan, but says diplomacy continues, indirectly, apparently. The White House, Pentagon reviewing options for final blow as Trump tells Iranians get serious about talks. Hegseth will negotiate through bombs. Trump asserts Iran is begging for a deal. Trump touts present of several tankers allowed by Tehran through the Strait, while at the same time warning Tehran of no turning back if it doesn't negotiate. Cabinet meeting hails successes while saying war to end soon. Confirms 15-point plan delivered via Pakistanis. Iranian hardliners ramp up call to get nuclear weapons. Reuters reports Israel says it has killed Al-Arezi Tang Siri, commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Navy. Iran laying traps and building up defenses on Karg Island. Watch out for a bounce here at the top of the hour here at 2 p.m. Iran laying traps and building up defenses on Karg Island. New York Times reports saying 13 regional bases largely uninhabitable in wake of Iran ballistic missile retaliation in the Gulf. Iran hardliners pushing for nukes. Reuters. This can't be good for anyone, hoping that the escalatory rhetoric being hurled between the warring sides would be dialed down a notch. Reuters is freshly reporting that hardliners inside Iran are calling for leaders to achieve nuclear weapons status in order to stave off ongoing U.S.-Israeli attacks. Quote, the debate among Iranian hardliners over whether Tehran should seek a nuclear bomb and... Fuck. The debate among Iranian hardliners over whether Tehran should seek a nuclear bomb in defiance of an escalating U.S.-Israeli attack is getting louder, more public, and more insistent, sources in the country say. Quote, with the Revolutionary Guards now dominant following the killing of veteran Supreme Leader Khomeini at the start of the war on February 28th, hardline views on Iran's nuclear approach are in the ascendant. Two senior Iranian officials said, the report adds, coupled with these very alarming nuclear headlines, the Iranians are demanding that the U.S. scale back its demands presented in the 15-point ceasefire plan delivered via Pakistan. As for the nuclear question, many analysts of the realist foreign policy school had long ago predicted precisely that if Iran suffered major attack from the U.S. and Israel, it would then be incentivized to run after a nuke as fast as possible. Trump earlier claimed that prior to the June U.S. bombings, Iran was 2 to 4 weeks from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Currently, there are reports that Tehran is being very heavily bombed at the moment. This is from Andrew Day. The final blow could aim to open a waterway that was once open before the war began, or maybe secure uranium that would have been secured under a nuclear agreement, risking U.S. troops in the process. Or we could just stop the war, question mark. Barack Ravid said the U.S. is preparing a final blow. Pentagon, quote, the final blow, here it goes. Barack Ravid said the Pentagon prepares for massive, quote unquote, final blow of Iran war. Like, what is that? What the fuck is a final blow? If they've knocked everything out, like, what is it? How do you have a final blow? What is that? Someone explain that to me in the chat somewhere. Like, what is it? Because the things that I'm thinking up are not nice. Trump touts gift of several tankers allowed by Tehran through the Strait. Donald Trump reiterated in a televised cabinet meeting on Thursday that Iran had given the U.S. a present in the form of several boats carrying oil able to pass through the otherwise closed strait. Trump claimed Iran had planned to send over 8 large vessels of oil as a show of good faith related to potential peace negotiations. He then described hearing of media headlines which said 8 ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz. He also stated that his team is having very substantial talks with Tehran to resolve the conflict, but at this point it appears merely indirect via Pakistani mediation. As for the gift, some fact-checkers have begun investigating the claim. Tanker tracking data compiled by Bloomberg shows no sign of the 8 big boats full of oil that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait that President Trump just mentioned in his briefing. In the meantime, oil went to highs of the day after Iran's parliament called to continue the war until the enemy is definitively forced to regret its actions. Al Jazeera is also citing statements from Iran's military of possessing 1 million troops. I'm not really concerned with the troops. Ready to oppose a potential U.S. invasion. I'm more concerned with how we kill, or I don't want to say that. Excuse me. Or how do we stop those million troops? There's only so many answers to that question. Trump, Vance, Hegseth address cabinet meetings, negotiations, bombs, nuclear threats. President Trump is in a rambling review of the Iran war situation. Didn't add too much that's new. He said the U.S. is engaged diplomatically with the Iranians, who are sick people, who he says were bent on getting a nuclear weapon. At one point, Trump stated the Iranians were just 2 to 4 weeks away from achieving a nuclear weapon. So they're holding Trump to his talking, basically here, right? So you're I realize that like Trump supporters say like I don't listen to what he says, I listen to I watch what he does. But it looks like the media is holding him to his statements on if Iran was truthfully only 2 to 4 weeks away, and then you have this rhetoric that the U.S. has to act faster than anticipated with this rhetoric coming out of Iran right now. Vice President Vance briefly offered some specifics.
Apple move will let Siri use. So Apple to open up Siri to rival AI assistants in strategic shift. Apple move will let Siri use chatbots besides OpenAI's ChatGPT. Siri changes parts of iOS 27 update set to be unveiled in June.
Trump asked on new Iran deadline, I'll announce it. Trump, oil prices, stock market drop haven't been that severe. Oh, boy. I agree with that statement, but I don't know if that statement will hold true after the first week of April. Vice President Vance, Trump on Iran, Hormuz. I have a feeling it'll be cleaned quickly. That scares the shit out of me, too. Vice President Vance briefly offered some specifics in terms of revealing the White House's view of the mission, declaring that the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. And this gives the U.S. options. This means, Vance said, that we have the ability to use every tool in the U.S.'s disposal. To ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. The meeting, the White House confirmed that it presented a 15-point peace plan to Tehran via Pakistani mediators. Witkoff, in an address, the Trump envoy declared that Iran has miscalculated, end quote, after the Iranians, quote, repeatedly rebuffed the U.S. requests for discussions. They have been stalling. No doubt the U.S. is making all possible efforts towards a resolution. Finally, he said, we have warned Iran, don't miscalculate again, Witkoff emphasized. Quote, we will see where things lead, Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth later added. The Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. Diplomacy has not stopped, Iran says, while saying no direct talks. Iran is confirming that only within the last 24 hours, it formally received the U.S. 15-point plan via Pakistani mediators. It stated its assessment that it is one-sided and unfair.
And full 4.3%.
Iran has also slammed the proposals as deceptive. So, in effect, little has changed from reports earlier this week. There is still no arrangement for negotiations, no realistic plan for talks at the moment. State media conveyed further on Thursday. However, there is also this from the state Tasnim. Quote, diplomacy has not stopped. If realism prevails within the U.S., then a way forward could be found, end quote. Previously, that's positive. Previously, Tehran media stated, end quote, an informed source told Tasnim that Iran's response to the 15 articles proposed by the U.S. was officially sent last night through intermediaries, so there's hope for an off-ramp through what are so far only indirect talks, but then Iran is also vowing to keep fighting. After some reports, Tehran leaders are ready for a long war. Iran rejects U.S. proposal delivered via mediator, vows to continue fighting. Final blow. This is the big one here. Like President Trump on Thursday is on the one hand calling on Iran to get serious soon in negotiations with the U.S. before it is too late. Those are the big key words there. While on the other hand, he's said to be mulling plans for a, quote, final blow. That's the sketchy part. What is the final blow? If the military is destroyed, what is a final blow? How do you achieve a final blow? The final blow options carry the potential for the U.S. to get stuck in Iran for years. The final blow could involve seizure or blockade of Karg Island, invade, control Larak Island, take Abu Musa and nearby islands, block or seize Iranian oil tankers in the region, launch massive airstrikes on nuclear energy sites, more extreme ground operations inside Iran to secure nuclear material. I assume it's something like that. That sounds about right to me. The only other options would be far, far uglier. Axios also reminds, quote, Trump's 5-day pause on strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure expires Saturday. And a dramatic military escalation will grow more likely if no progress is made in diplomatic talks, particularly if the Straits remains closed. Negotiations are no turning back. Meanwhile, below are a couple of the latest Iran-related Truth Social posts from Trump. At the moment, Iran has made it clear will reject direct talks until its 5 conditions are met. Iran has said it won't be fooled again, and even though Trump has declared success, that Iran has been militarily obliterated, it's clear that Tehran has serious strategic leverage given its de facto control of the Strait. Trump threatens in all caps that if Iran doesn't relent, then there is no turning back. So the final blow, the no turning back, take negotiations seriously. Iran's rhetoric with fear of that final blow and what their reaction to it might be. And then, of course, how the U.S. reacts to that. The publication continues, quote, nearly 1 month into the war, the president has privately informed advisors he thinks the conflict is in its final stages, urging them to stick to the 4 to 6 week timeline he has outlined publicly, according to people familiar with the matter. White House officials planned a midday summit with Chinese leaders Xi in Beijing with the expectation that the war would be concluded before the meeting begins, some of the people said. And then it states the obvious, which should have been known before Operation Epic Fury was launched. The problem is Trump has no easy options for ending the war. Peace negotiations are at a nascent stage. Certainly all of the above-mentioned final blow options all carry extreme risk of quagmire, which might make the Iraq and Afghan wars easy by comparison. Path to an off-ramp or more massive escalation coming, question mark. It's called the escalation trap. You start with airstrikes, limited strikes, retaliation, further escalation, then entrenched conflict. That's my fear here is, I think I've said this to you multiple times, that the thing that's frightening to me is the U.S. doesn't fucking off-ramp, man. It fucking doesn't. It never will. It does not off-ramp. The United States of America does not off-ramp. And so if you're looking for a willing partner to off-ramp, you need them, Iran, to off-ramp. The U.S. will escalate and escalate and escalate until they win. That is the truth. I know people hate hearing that, but it's true. What else we got here? Not too much more to read here. 13 U.S. regional bases have become uninhabitable. That's bad. That's all I've got for you guys. Brother, sister indicted in alleged IED plot at Florida base tied to Iran war. One suspect in China. No bueno, boys and girls. Parked on the weekly expected move, and we're now parked on the monthly as well. There are a bunch of gaps down here. I don't know if we can close them until Friday. I would expect them to get closed, though. And I would be really careful over the weekend. This looks like a fucking clusterfuck. I don't expect too much more down here, guys. I think we'll like hover around, and then we're gonna do the handle tomorrow. We'll start smashing and bashing. We might come a little bit lower here. Let's look at this really quick with me. Wrong screen. So here's the prior low right here. We could rotor rooter down here a little bit. You know, it's like hold on, like rotor rooter down here, make a new low, and then come back in for Friday and start smashing. There's your fucking handle right there. All right, give me a few minutes. I'm going to drink some more water. I have a hard time speaking right now. My voice is all fucked up. I talk too much in the show. 7 hours of blabbing all day long, reading these headlines to you. Be really careful here, guys. I think I've said that enough today to you, but this is not a good sign into Thursday, Friday. It looks very risk-offish into the weekend. Be very careful. I'll be right back. Is that thing on or no? I don't even think they can hold this right here. This is okay. This is a 1 minute chart because this will be your handle right here. There'll be your handle, and then we'll plunge. This should be like This is Friday in here. Start smashing out all this stuff. You could even take this one out right here too. We can take this out on Friday. Take 640 on Friday. Let me turn the snooze squawker on here. I got to do some more reading here, guys. Give me a few minutes. I got some stuff I got to do, and I got to drink some water. News squawker is on.
According to the Wall Street Journal, X dismisses CMO and more than 20 non-technical staffers in duplicate roles, with remaining staff at X told to focus on growing revenue. Furthermore, from the Wall Street Journal, Elon Musk's X restructures ahead of SpaceX IPO. We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
reeks of like something unknown. You know what I mean? He said it won't be pretty. Better get serious soon, and that otherwise it won't be pretty. What does that mean? Well, if he's destroyed all of their military, then like how do you, if you can't find the nukes, then what do you do? Like we have some big conventional bombs, but JD Vance suggested that Iranians could have nuclear suicide vests. You see that one? What the fuck is this? JD Vance warns Iran could blow up. Like, what the fuck is this? And they're in the middle of fucking negotiations, and he's talking about JD Vance is talking about setting off or I have no fucking idea why he's having that conversation. That fucking you don't have those fucking conversations unless it's credible. It's like a way to get it, a way to say, oh, I said something.
Francis Barrett says everything leads us to believe that Russia is aiding Iran's military effort that's being used against American targets. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at around $94.48 a barrel, up $4.16 or 4.61%. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $3.13 a gallon. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at around $4.27 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at around $2.99. Brent crude futures settle at around $108.01 a barrel, up $5.79 or 5.66%. US stocks extend losses, Nasdaq down more than 10% from October 29th closing high, putting on track to confirm a correction. Meta increases investment in El Paso data center to $10 billion. US 2-year yield rise 10 basis points on the day to 3.986%. Netflix say they will update prices in the US and will start at $8.99.
Just a quick update here for expectations for tomorrow. Nothing here has changed. I'd like to see us like plunge into the bell if possible. Something like this into the close. We can get down right here like 640, 481. We'll get lit up over here. Just to keep an eye on the expectation here. So you can see this here. Smash down. Tap, 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 tap. Come back tomorrow for excuse me, for Friday for new lows. And start smashing down into the 31st. It should be a cascade effect. Right down just like this so you can see it. Like here's the low. Smash down here a little bit more, sweep up and then down. This could actually come lower, like right here. And there's no requirement we go up there and even do that. You see the hourly trigger coming down and then smash down here and eventually wind up somewhere down in here like 640s into the 31st. One thing I'll say to you here is that these dotted lines, do not trust them. We can easily trust the white lines here. If you can't see it, there's another one right here. Well, you can't see it at the moment, but it's there. Visibility order. Bring to front so you can see it. So it's down and then down and then down. And hopefully we can catch a relief bounce in here on Tuesday. But the real issue here is, you know, you get like the relief bounce in here on Tuesday. We got like war or whatever, right? Over the weekend, war down, war down. Then you have the talk about Good Friday negotiations. Let's you know, kumbaya and all that stuff. And then next weekend, escalation down below. That right after Easter, we should get another round of selling. There's another issue here too. I think I brought this up earlier during the stream, which is this door is now closed. This like put this there. This upside door is closed. You are going to see with the closure of this daily and weekly trigger here, this will force price violently to the downside. Ultimately, target price 613, 598. We'll hit these ones down here. Let me just check a couple other things in here. Just want to check daily candles really quick. Like, yeah, all that shit's gone there. This will be hard to, we'll have to like sweep this up. It's like the 30s. Oh, man, this one right here is bad. Like I got a target here of 613, but like there ain't shit here. See that? There ain't nothing here. Like we'll trade this whole thing right here. Like this will all be gone. So I would say price target 595 at minimum. We start busting through this 613 right here. You know, like when you start like wanting to probe the lows. And, you know, you're like bouncing right here. And you're just like, whoop, straight down and then right back up again. It's like 595, 596, easy peasy. Clear that all out right there. I think that's easy peasy. Go back to the hour or the 1 minute here. I'll just bring this up right now. And just note in here that they're wrapping this up right here. You see this? Like this right here. This is overnight right now, but they're gonna close this fucker straight up. Sorry, it doesn't look right on how I draw it on an hour and then draw it on a minute. This is your 6 p.m. Hold on, I gotta drink some water here. My my throat's really bad. Hold on here. This is 1600 down here. You could see more pain before an unclench down to right here, 64479. And then no unclench or no unclench until after the bell. It's gonna get messy, guys. It's gonna be elevator. This is nothing. This down day is nothing. It's gonna get worse. And let me get back with you guys here in just a minute. Did you get the medicine?
And Google report that users can bring memory from other AI apps into Gemini. Israeli army says we need additional forces on the Lebanese front. White House advisor Sachs says Congress should pass bipartisan artificial intelligence legislation within months. According to the State Department, Rubio, in a call with Kurdistan Regional Government Prime Minister, expressed gratitude to the KRG for enabling oil from Iraq, including from Iraq Kurdistan region, to reach the global markets. Bank of England's Taylor says, I'm very open to where we go for the rest of the year. One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, a sell side of just 4 million, Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 92 million, Dow 30, a buy side of 339 million, Mag 7, buy side 196 million. So keep in mind we're now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour where we're expecting comments from Trump. So Trump is due to deliver remarks at the Greek Independence Day celebration. Also at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Fed's Cook, who speaks at Yale. We do have a live video for both. We've got Cook's out on the feed. We'll get Trump's out as well. Bank of England's Taylor says we may need to cut faster to make up in a benign scenario. Taylor says the high bar to hiking rates could be surpassed. Bank of England's Taylor says the gilt market response went a little bit too far. Keep in mind, Taylor now taking questions. So we're now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we're expecting comments from Trump, who's due to be delivering remarks at the Greek Independence Day celebration with a live video that's on the feed. We also get comments from Fed's Cook, who speaks at Yale. Again, we have a live video for that as well. So Fed's Cook does not speak on monetary policy or the economic outlook in their speech.